Senate will come to order. The chaplain, Dr. Black, will lead the Senate in prayer.
Let us pray. Eternal Spirit, thank you for the continuous blessings of your handiwork. From the first blush of dawn to the wonders of the starry heavens, we're daily made aware of your creative might. Lord, bless our senators to see the wonder of your presence on Capitol Hill today. In the hands of the many workers, may our lawmakers see the importance of teamwork. Help our legislators to catch a glimpse of the unity and cooperation you desire for them. Make them willing to both receive and give forgiveness as they manifest your Spirit in deeds of kindness. As our lives intertwine through common task, remind us that ultimately we're accountable to you. Guide our thinking, speaking, and decisions that we may live worthy of your great love. We pray in your marvelous name. Amen.
Now please join me in the pledge. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Under the previous order, the leadership time is reserved. Morning business is closed. Under the previous order, the Senate will resume consideration of the motion to proceed to H.R. 3944, which the clerk will report.
Motion to proceed to calendar number 121, H.R. 3944, an act making appropriations for military construction and so forth and for other purposes.
Chair recognizes the senator from Iowa.
I would like to recognize an Iowa teacher who this very week is making the last trip of her almost 40-year teaching career, bringing students to Washington, D.C. Becky Koenig has been an exceptional educator, coach, and mentor, as well as being very beloved by her students. Becky has made a lasting impact on students and their families in the communities of Sumner, Iowa, Forest City, Iowa, Lake Park, Iowa, and Spencer, Iowa. Becky's contributions to the lives of so many Iowans will be remembered and felt long after her well-deserved retirement. Outside of school hours, Becky has devoted 38 years to coaching speech. In fact, she's played a very major role in a remarkable Iowa record. The large group speech program at Spencer has been able to send at least one group to the Iowa All-State Festival every single year of the competition's 50-year existence. Although Becky will leave the classroom behind, the deep connection she's built with her students will leave a lasting legacy in each of their lives. Through her passion and energy, she has shaped the minds of many students. Iowa has been lucky to have an educator like Becky. Most of us remember at least one teacher that inspired us to get where we are today. Becky has been that teacher for countless Iowa students. I'm pleased to join her fellow teachers, students, and all Iowans to say thank you to Becky Koenig for her exceptional career. We wish you all the very best in retirement, and of course, we thank you for your service. I yield the floor and suggest the absence of a quorum.
Clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Alsobrooks.
Mr. President.
Chair recognizes the Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent the quorum call be suspended.
Without objection.
Mr. President, on Friday, President Trump signed the first major digital assets bill in American history into law. The Genius Act opens the door for digital assets to come into the mainstream, and it sets us up for sustained American leadership in financial innovation. Thanks to the work of Senators Lummis and Hagerty and Chairman Tim Scott, the Genius Act will help, as President Trump said, make America the crypto capital of the world. Mr. President, the Genius Act creates a first-of-its-kind regulatory framework for stablecoins, an important part of the digital asset ecosystem. $250 billion in stablecoins is in circulation today, up 22% just this year. On an average day, around $100 billion in transactions is executed using stablecoins. And the vast majority of those stablecoins are backed by the U.S. dollar. Stablecoins have an important role to play in payments. While digital asset advocates generally believe in holding Bitcoin because of its price fluctuations in growth and value over the last several years, stablecoins offer both the speed and security of the blockchain and the stability and usability of a dollar bill. And since most stablecoins are backed by the dollar, this represents an opportunity to strengthen the dollar and, by extension, the economy. Mr. President, when it comes to digital assets, in many ways the future is already here. The question is whether we welcome that future. The Genius Act offers an emphatic yes to that question. After years of stablecoins operating in a legal gray zone, the Genius Act finally lays out a clear regulatory framework. That includes consumer protections so Americans can trust who they're doing business with when they purchase stablecoins. The bill's light touch and tailored standards will provide consumers with confidence while promoting continued innovation right here in the United States. And its enforcement provisions offer clarity to stablecoin issuers and ensure accountability for violations. Mr. President, the Genius Act also protects against bad actors using stablecoins for malicious purposes. It holds stablecoin issuers to the same standard as other financial institutions subject to the Bank Secrecy Act. That means issuers will need to monitor and report suspicious activity, comply with U.S. sanctions, and block transactions that violate state and federal law. Mr. President, what's at stake here became clear last week when the Wall Street Journal reported that China seems to be concerned about stablecoins solidifying dollar dominance in the global financial system, spurred in no small part by the Genius Act. It's clear that the Genius Act is already helping our country secure American leadership in this important space. We want stablecoins to be made in America. We want digital assets to take root and to flourish in our country. We want America to lead in financial innovation. And the Genius Act will help us get there. It won't be the last word on digital assets, though. There's still much more work to be done in this space, including on market structure. Senators Lummis, Hagerty, and Scott are once again leading on this issue, releasing the Senate's market structure framework today, and I thank them for their important work. And I want to say that the next steps on digital assets should look to the Genius Act as a model, both for its light touch and pro-innovation approach, and for the bipartisanship that characterized the process. Mr. President, digital assets are the future, and we're going to continue working to make sure that that future is American-made. Mr. President, I yield the floor, and I suggest the absence of a quorum.
Clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Alsobrooks.
Mr. President,
Chair recognizes the Democratic leader.
I ask unanimous consent the quorum be dispensed with.
Without objection.
Mr. President, later today, the Senate will take a procedural vote on the Milcon VA funding bill. The Senate version of this legislation took some important steps to reverse a number of the awful cuts posed by DOJ and Russell Vogt, particularly cuts against our nation's veterans, people who served us, who risked their lives for us, and they want to cut their health care and cut what the VA does for them. Too bad. That's a bad thing, and I'm glad this bill undoes a lot of that. It is also, for now, a positive thing that the Senate version's funding number is significantly higher than the House's. That is thanks to the push Democrats made in committee, and I thank my colleagues for their work to date. But we will see how the floor process evolves here on the floor. Given Republicans' recent actions undermining bipartisan appropriations, nothing is guaranteed. Senate Democrats will meet today at our weekly caucus lunch to discuss today's vote. As recently as yesterday, though, I heard my friend, the Republican leader, come to the floor and talk about the need for bipartisanship in appropriations. And I heard him take issue with Democratic criticisms against the approach Republicans have taken over the last few months. Look, we all would like to see bipartisanship. It's been a tradition in this Senate until that sort of evaporated over the last decade. But Leader Thune is sort of talking out of both sides of his mouth. On one hand, Thune says he wants bipartisanship. Then on the other, he's pushing rescissions packages here on the floor. He's allowing party line votes to reverse bipartisan funding agreements. Well, you can't have it both ways. What he is doing with rescissions is the opposite of bipartisanship, because rescission packages totally renege on agreements both sides reached on funding. When Donald Trump and Russell Vogt insist on rescissions, and an obedient Republican Congress goes along, even though many of them know it's wrong, it makes the spending process totally partisan. So the leader's words and his actions are a complete contradiction. He can't have it both ways. If Leader Thune hopes to see bipartisanship, he should tend to his own garden first and convince his Republican colleagues and the White House that bipartisanship is the way to go to do what's best for the American people. Republicans sold their rescissions package as cutting wasteful spending, but we all know that it's not that at all. That it was about giving Donald Trump what he wanted and using partisan means to get it all done. Meanwhile, we know that Russell Vogt and Donald Trump want Congress to greenlight yet another rescissions package for the near future. Russell Vogt even says openly that the appropriation process should be less bipartisan. Frankly, right now, the biggest obstacle to a good faith bipartisan funding process is coming from the other end of Pennsylvania Avenue, and from Republicans all too eager to give Donald Trump and Russell Vogt whatever they want. And of course, Republicans, not even a month ago, pushed Trump's big, ugly betrayal on a completely partisan vote, passing devastating cuts to Medicaid, to health care, to good-paying jobs, especially in rural communities, all to fund tax breaks for billionaires. And they did it by breaking norms of the Senate, by inventing fake math, by defying the concerns of even their own members to get it done. That kind of legislative stunt only makes it harder for bipartisanship to take root. We'll see how our Republican colleagues choose to proceed this week. They can either keep doing Donald Trump and Russell Vogt's bidding, or they can work with Democrats on funding priorities that will serve the American people well. They can't do it. They can't do both. They can't have it both ways. Now on Mr. Bove. We all know that Donald Trump has a history of pushing shockingly unqualified and politically motivated nominees to the federal bench. But today, Leader Thune will seek to file cloture on perhaps Donald Trump's worst judicial nominee to date, Émile Beauvais. One look at Mr. Beauvais and you know he is bad news. He is someone hostile to the rule of law, hostile to democratic norms, but religiously obedient to Donald Trump. And Republicans aren't applying so much of a whisper of scrutiny. The Republican chair of the Judiciary Committee, in fact, cut off debate on Mr. Beauvais and refused to let Democrats speak or ask questions during Mr. Beauvais' hearing. So let me take a moment to explain why this nominee is uniquely unfit, which the American people must hear, even though the Republican Judiciary Committee didn't want them to. Mr. Beauvais' entire career has been built on one thing, fealty to Donald Trump. He made his name handling Donald Trump's dirty laundry. He handled Donald Trump's dirty laundry first as his personal attorney, and then as his hitman at the Justice Department. He defended Donald Trump when he was charged with inciting an insurrection on January 6th, on mishandling classified documents and on falsifying big business records and more. That got him a promotion to a senior role at DOJ. There, Mr. Beauvais weaponized the department to carry out political retributions against people Donald Trump considered his enemies, with a complete disregard for free speech and due process. He punished FBI agents investigating the January 6th insurrection and fired prosecutors working on criminal charges for the January 6th rioters. He reportedly told DOJ lawyers to ignore court orders and even deliberately mislead judges. Let me say that again. Beauvais, a man seeking to become a circuit court judge himself, has reportedly told DOJ lawyers to deliberately mislead judges. That, if true, is disqualifying. End of story. Nobody who is ever suspected of misleading judges should even be considered for judgeships themselves without first getting to the facts. And yet, Republicans are trying to rush him through the process. It's no wonder that over 75 former state and federal judges nominated by Democratic and Republican presidents joined together, Democrats and Republicans, to oppose Mr. Beauvais' nomination. If Senate Republicans allow Mr. Beauvais to pass through this chamber without a thorough examination, they will cause profound damage to this institution as a check on the executive. Our judges should always be held to the highest ethical standards and should be individuals that can be trusted to apply the law impartially, even if we may not all agree on every one of their opinions. Mr. Beauvais, however, is the extreme of the extreme of the extreme. He's not a jurist, but rather a Trumpian henchman. His past shows he seeks not to be impartial, but rather to settle scores. All of the accusations against him suggest he holds deep hostility against the very bench he will soon be considered for. To even consider someone like this to the circuit court is a dark, disturbing proposition. I very strongly oppose his nomination. Yield the floor. Note the absence of a quorum.
The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Alston-Brooks.
Madam President.
The gentleman from Wyoming is recognized.
Thank you, Madam President. I ask unanimous consent that the quorum call be vitiated.
Without objection.
Thank you, Madam President. Madam President, today I come to the floor to tell the body that for the first time in years, the Senate is going to begin the appropriations process in the right way. The right way is on time. The right way is here in public. And the right way is with bipartisan support. Now, that may seem routine. It would be expected to be routine. But here in the United States Senate, that hadn't been routine for a long time. Because for years, the appropriations process has been broken. Now, we just heard the minority leader, Senator Schumer, come to the floor and say that this process has become more partisan, as he said only in the recent weeks. Let me remind the minority leader of his own actions to undermine the appropriations process. Last year, 11 of 12 funding bills passed the Senate Appropriations Committee. They were passed through regular order in the committee. They had strong bipartisan support. Many actually were unanimous. Yet not a single one of the appropriations bills that were overwhelmingly agreed upon reached this floor of the United States Senate. Not a one. Why? Because the minority leader, Chuck Schumer, blocked each and every one of them from coming to this floor. He let these 11 bipartisan appropriation bills die at that desk right there. As the majority leader at the time, Senator Schumer had the power to bring each and every one of these bills to the floor of the United States Senate, and he refused. Day after day, 100 days, over 200 days, absolutely refused. He unilaterally shut down the appropriations process, and now he and other Democrats are threatening to shut down the government of the country. Both Republicans and Democrats are fully aware of how broken the appropriations process has become. The Senate is meant to be, has been described as the greatest deliberative body in the world. Over the last 4 years, the Senate has become a graveyard for consensus during the Biden administration and with Chuck Schumer as majority leader. The Senate Republicans are now here to correct that. Republicans believe in a Senate that debates and amends and then votes. We believe in regular order, not top-down control. That's why today Republicans are bringing our first appropriations bill to the floor. The bill funds veterans' health care. It strengthens military readiness. It improves housing for service members as well as for their family. The bill went through the committee process. It passed 26-3. That is overwhelmingly bipartisan. This is one of several funding bills that earned nearly unanimous support in the Appropriations Committee. Now it deserves bipartisan support on the floor of the United States Senate. This bill to fund veterans' health care and military readiness and housing should unite us. It shouldn't divide us. This is an opportunity to return to real governing after years of Democrat-imposed dysfunction. This is how we restore the trust in this institution and the faith in the work that we do here. When the Senate does its job, the American people are better off. The appropriations process is how Congress fulfills our basic everyday legislative duty, the duty of controlling the power of the purse. It forces accountability. It forces transparency that had been blocked in the past by the minority leader. It requires Congress to look closely at every taxpayer dollar being spent, and we should. We have an opportunity and an obligation to do that. This process helps Congress fund what really matters to the American people. It means securing the border. It means strengthening our national security. And it means protecting the most vulnerable among us. It is the best tool that Congress has to rein in reckless, runaway Washington spending. That's what Republicans are doing. Accountability, transparency, openness, letting people see the truth. If Democrats walk away from this process again, and it sounds like Chuck Schumer's trying to decide if he's going to allow his members to even vote on some of these things, if they want to do it simply to protect wasteful Washington spending, they will be the ones sabotaging the Senate and shutting down the government. Won't be the first time. It will be another Schumer shutdown. A Schumer shutdown would punish hardworking families. A Schumer shutdown certainly hurts seniors who rely on Social Security. A Schumer shutdown hurts our military and the families who live paycheck to paycheck. And a Schumer shutdown forces Border Patrol agents to work without pay. The American people should not be forced to pay the price for the games of the Democrat Party. To my colleagues on the Appropriations Committee who worked in good faith this last year, only to see their hard work buried by petty politics, this is an opportunity for us to do better. Republicans are committed to restoring regular order, transparency, and trust. We're doing the work of the American people here, Madam President, and the question is, will Senate Democrats join us? Or will they once again drag this country into another Schumer shutdown? Thank you, Madam President. I yield the floor. Suggest the absence of a quorum.
The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Alsobrooks.
The senator from Maine is recognized.
Madam President, I ask unanimous consent that the quorum call be dispensed with.
Without objection.
Madam President, I also ask unanimous consent that I be permitted to complete my remarks before we proceed to the vote.
Without objection.
Thank you, Madam President. Madam President, today the Senate has the opportunity to begin consideration of an appropriations bill that is vital to those now serving in our military, as well as those who have served, our veterans. I urge my colleagues to support cloture on the motion to proceed to the fiscal year 2026 military construction, Veterans Affairs, and related agencies appropriations bill when we vote this afternoon. Madam President, this bill addresses key military infrastructure needs, including housing improvements for military families, and it takes care of our nation's veterans to whom we owe an enormous debt, a debt that can never be fully repaid. I am the daughter of a World War II veteran who was wounded twice in the Battle of the Bulge, earning 2 Purple Hearts and a Bronze Star. I know from my father's service and from his example how deep our gratitude should be to our veterans. I want to commend the subcommittee chairman, Senator Boozman, and the ranking member, Senator Ossoff, for their cooperative work on this important bill. In a moment, I will describe some of the major aspects of this appropriations bill, but first I would like to share a few thoughts on how we have arrived at this point. When Vice Chair Murray and I took the helm of the Appropriations Committee last Congress, we committed to working together to get our committee back to the business of writing bills and advancing them through regular order so that each and every senator could have a voice on the Senate floor, offering amendments, debating the bills, and voting on them. This is a fundamental responsibility of Congress, and I want to express my gratitude to the Senate Majority Leader, Senator Thune, for giving us the opportunity to bring the first of the fiscal year 2026 appropriations bills to the Senate floor. I would note, Madam President, that this is something that did not happen last year under Democratic control of the Senate, despite our Appropriations Committee working so hard and reporting 11 of the 12 fiscal year 2025 appropriations bills, but not a single one was brought to the Senate floor by the Democratic leader. Now, there is no doubt that this is a challenging legislative environment. We are currently operating under a year-long continuing resolution. The delays in completing the fiscal year 2025 process and the fact that we're in the first year of a new administration contributed to a late and incomplete budget request from OMB. In the face of these challenges, the members of the Appropriations Committee have worked so hard for months, analyzing the President's budget request, holding dozens of hearings, reviewing the enormous number of requests and input from other senators, getting input from outside groups that were affected, and drafting legislation. So far, our committee has reported 4 of the 12 annual appropriations bills, and we have another 2 on the agenda for this Thursday. Madam President, I would point out to the presiding officer and to everyone who is listening that each of these bills reported to date has been approved by overwhelming bipartisan support, reflecting the collaborative approach taken by the Appropriations Committee. Turning now to the bill at hand. Last week, our committee reported by a vote of 26-3, the House passed military construction and Veterans Affairs funding bill with a Senate substitute amendment. The Senate version includes vital resources to support our service members. It also invests in critical military infrastructure. For example, it includes funding for the Portsmouth Naval Shipyard in Kittery, Maine, a pillar of our defense infrastructure that maintains and modernizes our Navy's submarine fleet. It invests in the Air National Guard's Air Refueling Wing in Bangor, Maine, known as the Maniacs, which delivers essential aerial refueling support to military operations around the globe. These are just 2 of the many examples of how this bill helps to sustain key defense installations in Maine and across the country. The bill also includes funding to ensure that our veterans receive the care and the benefits that they have earned through their service to our country. Millions of Americans wear the honorable title of veteran, and I'm proud that our great state of Maine has one of the highest percentages of veterans in the entire country. This bill includes funding for the VA healthcare system, including Maine's only VA hospital, Togus. It includes investments to improve mental health care, such as veteran suicide and homelessness prevention programs. It includes support for family caregivers, something that former Senator Elizabeth Dole has worked so hard on. And it expands care for rural veterans. Madam President, I'm also proud that my hometown of Caribou, Maine, was the location of the VA's very first community-based outpatient clinic, known as CBOX, allowing veterans to receive care much closer to their homes. This model was so successful that today the VA operates more than 750 of these CBOX across the country. The Senate measure also funds important veterans benefits, such as disability pensions, the GI Bill, and employment training programs. I know from my colleagues that the Senate substitute amendment was put together with input from 89 senators who submitted a total of 989 requests. I see my colleague, the chairman of the Senate Finance Committee on the Senate floor. I'm sure he can relate to these numbers. My point, Madam President, is this is not a bill that simply reflects the views of the members of the Appropriations Committee. The members of this committee went through 989 requests from 89 senators in drafting this legislation. So it clearly reflects the input of our colleagues, just as it should. Before I close, I would like to thank Vice Chair Murray for her leadership and commitment to an appropriations process that works. I am hopeful that cloture will be invoked today to allow us to proceed to consideration of the Military Construction and Veterans Affairs Funding Bill. Discussions are underway on whether to add to this vehicle the legislative branch appropriations bill, which was approved with only one dissenting vote, and the Agriculture, FDA, and related agencies appropriations bill, which received unanimous support when our committee reported those bills earlier this month. I will have comments on those other bills at a later time. Another possible addition is the Commerce, Justice, Science bill, which was also reported last week from our committee. Finally, Mr. President, I would note that the responsibility of the purse is vested in Congress through Article 1, Section 9, Clause 7 of our great Constitution. That clause dictates that no money shall be drawn from the Treasury but in consequence of appropriations made by law. The appropriations process is one of the key ways It is the key way that Congress carries out this significant constitutional responsibility. Mr. President, we must not abdicate our responsibility, our constitutional responsibility for the purse. I ask my colleagues for their support, and I thank you, Mr. President, and yield the floor.
Under the previous order, the Senate will proceed to executive session and resume consideration of the following nomination, which the clerk will report.
Nomination, Department of Justice, Terrence Cole of Virginia to be Administrator of Drug Enforcement.
The question is on the nomination. Is there a sufficient second? There appears to be. The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Alsobrooks, Ms. Baldwin, Mr. Banks, Mr. Barrasso, Mr. Bennett, Mrs. Blackburn, Mr. Blumenthal, Mrs. Blunt-Rochester, Mr. Booker, Mr. Bozeman, Mrs. Britt, Mr. Budd, Ms. Cantwell, Mrs. Capito, Mr. Cassidy, Ms. Collins, Mr. Coons. Mr. Coons, Mr. Cornyn, Ms. Cortez Masto, Mr. Cotton, Mr. Kramer, Mr. Crapo, Mr. Cruz, Mr. Curtis, Mr. Daines, Ms. Duckworth, Mr. Durbin, Ms. Ernst, Mr. Fetterman, Mrs. Fisher, Mr. Gallego, Mrs. Gillibrand, Mr. Graham, Mr. Grassley, Mr. Haggerty, Ms. Hassan, Mr. Hawley, Mr. Heinrich, Mr. Hickenlooper, Ms. Hirono, Mr. Hoven, Mr. Husted, Mrs. Hyde-Smith, Mr. Johnson, Mr. Justice, Mr. Kane, Mr. Kelly, Mr. Kennedy, Mr. Kim, Mr. King, Ms. Klobuchar, Mr. Langford, Mr. Langford, Mr. Lee, Mr. Lujan, Ms. Lummis, Mr. Markey, Mr. Marshall, Mr. McConnell, Mr. McCormick, Mr. Merkley, Mrs. Moody, Mr. Moran, Mr. Marino, Mr. Mullen, Ms. Murkowski, Mr. Murphy, Mrs. Murray, Mr. Ossoff, Mr. Padilla, Mr. Paul, Mr. Peters, Mr. Reed, Mr. Ricketts, Mr. Risch, Ms. Rosen, Mr. Rounds, Mr. Sanders, Mr. Schatz, Mr. Schiff, Mr. Schmidt, Mr. Schumer, Mr. Scott of Florida, Mr. Scott of South Carolina, Mrs. Shaheen, Mr. Sheehy, Ms. Slotkin, Ms. Smith, Mr. Sullivan, Mr. Thune, Mr. Tillis, Mr. Tuberville, Mr. Van Hollen, Mr. Warner, Mr. Warnock, Ms. Warren, Mr. Welch, Mr. Whitehouse, Mr. Wicker, Mr. Wyden, Mr. Young, Senators voting in the affirmative: Barrasso, Bozeman, Collins, Crapo, Grassley, Johnson, Lummis, McCormick, Ricketts, Schmidt, Sheehy, Thune, and Young. Senators voting in the negative: Baldwin, Bennett, Hassan, Kelly, Peters, Warner, and Whitehouse. Mr. Kane. Mr. Kane, no. Mr. Tillis. Mr. Tillis, aye. Mr. Ossoff. Mr. Ossoff, no. Mr. Langford. Mr. Langford, aye. Mr. Graham. Mr. Graham, aye. Mr. Merkley. Mr. Merkley, no. Mrs. Moody. Mrs. Moody, aye. Mr. Justice. Mr. Justice, aye. Mrs. Blackburn. Mrs. Blackburn, aye. Ms. Smith. Ms. Smith, no. Mr. Haggerty. Mr. Haggerty, aye. Mr. Moran. Mr. Moran, aye. Mr. Cassidy. Mr. Cassidy, aye. Mr. Marshall. Mr. Marshall, aye. Mrs. Murray. Mrs. Murray, no. Mr. Wyden. Mr. Wyden, no. Mrs. Gillibrand. Mrs. Gillibrand, no. Mr. Warnock. Mr. Warnock, no. Mr. Gallego. Mr. Gallego, no. Mr. Hickenlooper, no. Mr. Scott. Mr. Scott, South Carolina, aye. Ms. Duckworth, Ms. Duckworth, no. Mr. Durbin, Mr. Durbin, no. Mr. Fetterman, no. Ms. Blunt Rochester, Ms. Blunt Rochester, no. Mr. Reed, no. Ms. Ernst, aye. Mr. Blumenthal, no. Mr. Banks, aye. Mr. Cornyn, aye. Mr. Kim, no. Ms. Murkowski, aye. Mr. Marino, aye. Mr. Lee, aye. Mrs. Capito, aye. Mr. Husted, aye. Mr. Daines, aye. Mr. Padilla, no. Mr. Wicker, aye. Ms. Warren, no. Mr. Cruz, aye. Mr. Schatz, no. Ms. Hirono, no. Mrs. Shaheen, no. Ms. Cortez Masto, no. Mr. Budd, aye. Mr. Curtis, aye. Mrs. Britt, aye. Mr. Hoven, aye. Mr. Rounds, aye. Mr. King, no. Mr. Booker, no. Mr. Schiff, no. Mr. Kramer, aye. Ms. Rosen, no. Mr. Schumer, no. Mrs. Fisher, aye. Ms. Slotkin, no. Ms. Cantwell, no. Mr. Sullivan, aye. Mrs. Hyde-Smith, aye. Mr. Risch, aye. Mr. Heinrich, no. Ms. Alsor-Brooks, no. Mr. Lujan, no. Mr. Welch, no. Mr. Hawley, aye. Mr. Scott. Mr. Scott of Florida, aye. Mr. Sanders. Mr. Sanders, no. Mr. Paul. Mr. Paul, aye. Mr. Markey. Mr. Markey, no. Ms. Klobuchar. Ms. Klobuchar, no. Mr. Van Hollen. Mr. Van Hollen, no. Mr. Tuberville. Mr. Tuberville, aye. Mr. Coons. Mr. Coons, no. Mr. Murphy, no. Mr. Cotton, aye.
The ayes are 50, the noes are 47. The nomination is confirmed. Under the previous order, the motion to reconsider is considered made and laid upon the table, and the President will be immediately notified of the Senate's actions.
Mr. President.
Majority Whip.
Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent the Senate recess following disposition of the Stevens nomination until 2:15 to allow for the weekly conference meetings.
Without objection.
And, Mr. President, on behalf of the leaders, I ask that the Senate execute the order of July 17th with respect to the Devine and Stevens nominations in the order listed.
Without objection.
Thank you, Mr. President. Yield the floor.
Under the previous order, the clerk will report the Devine nomination.
Nomination, the judiciary, Joshua M. Devine of Missouri, to be United States District Judge for the Eastern and Western Districts of Missouri.
The question is on the nomination. Yeas and nays. Is there a sufficient second? There appears to be. Clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Alsobrooks, Ms. Baldwin, Mr. Banks, Mr. Barrasso. Mr. Bennett. Mrs. Blackburn. Mr. Blumenthal. Ms. Blunt Rochester. Mr. Booker. Mr. Bozeman. Mrs. Britt. Mr. Budd. Ms. Cantwell. Mrs. Capito, Mr. Cassidy, Ms. Collins, Mr. Coons, Mr. Cornyn, Ms. Cortez Masto, Mr. Cotton, Mr. Kramer, Mr. Crapo, Mr. Cruz, Mr. Curtis, Mr. Daines, Ms. Duckworth, Mr. Durbin, Ms. Ernst, Mr. Fetterman, Mrs. Fisher, Mr. Gallego, Mrs. Gillibrand, Mr. Graham, Mr. Grassley, Mr. Haggerty, Ms. Hassan, Mr. Hawley, Mr. Heinrich, Mr. Hickenlooper, Mr. Rono, Mr. Hoven, Mr. Husted, Mrs. Hyde-Smith, Mr. Johnson, Mr. Justice, Mr. Kane, Mr. Kelly, Mr. Kennedy, Mr. Kim, Mr. King, Ms. Klobuchar, Mr. Langford, Mr. Lee, Mr. Lujan, Ms. Lummis, Mr. Markey, Mr. Marshall, Mr. McConnell, Mr. McCormick, Mr. Merkley, Mrs. Moody, Mr. Moran, Mr. Moreno, Mr. Mullen, Ms. Murkowski, Mr. Murphy, Mrs. Murray, Mr. Ossoff, Mr. Padilla, Mr. Paul, Mr. Peters, Mr. Reed, Mr. Ricketts, Mr. Risch, Ms. Rosen, Mr. Rounds, Mr. Sanders, Mr. Schatz, Mr. Schiff, Mr. Schmidt, Mr. Schumer, Mr. Scott of Florida, Mr. Scott of South Carolina, Mrs. Shaheen, Mr. Sheehy, Ms. Slotkin, Ms. Smith, Mr. Sullivan, Mr. Thune, Mr. Tillis, Mr. Tuberville, Mr. Van Hollen, Mr. Warner, Mr. Warnock, Ms. Warren, Mr. Welch, Mr. Whitehouse, Mr. Wicker, Mr. Wyden, Mr. Young. Senators voting in the affirmative: Barrasso, Britt, Budd, Capito, Cassidy, Cotton, Kramer, Curtis, Graham, Grassley, Hawley, Hyde-Smith, King, Marshall, Moody, Moran, Moreno, Paul, Rounds, Sheehy, Sullivan, Tuberville, Wicker, Young. Senators voting in the negative: Also Brooks, Cantwell, Coons, Fetterman, Heinrich, Klobuchar, Lujan, Merkley, Murphy, Murray, Padilla, Sanders, Schiff, Shaheen, Welch. Mr. Gallego, no. Ms. Warren, no. Ms. Blunt Rochester, no. Mr. Banks, aye. Mr. Bennett, no. Mr. Warner, no. Ms. Rosen, no. Mr. Kane, no. Ms. Ernst, aye. Mr. Reed, no. Ms. Hassan, no. Mr. Hoven, aye. Mr. McCormick, aye. Mr. Schmidt, aye. Mr. Scott of Florida, aye. Mr. Booker, no. Ms. Cortez Masto, no. Mr. Ricketts, aye. Mr. Kim, no. Mr. Schatz, no. Mr. Johnson, aye. Mr. Husted, aye. Mr. Kelly, no. Ms. Baldwin, no. Ms. Hirono, no. Mrs. Gillibrand, no. Ms. Collins, aye. Ms. Duckworth, no. Mrs. Fisher, aye. Mr. Scott of South Carolina, aye. Mr. Lee, aye. Mr. Whitehouse, no. Mr. Bozeman. Aye. Mr. Cruz, aye. Mr. Crapo, aye. Mr. Hickenlooper, no. Mr. Blumenthal, no. Mr. Van Hollen, no. Mr. Haggerty, aye. Ms. Slotkin, no. Ms. Lummis, aye. Mr. Warnock, no. Mr. Cornyn, aye. Mr. Durbin, no. Mr. Langford, aye. Mr. Justice, aye. Mrs. Blackburn, aye. Ms. Smith, no. Mr. Wyden, no. Mr. Peters, no. Mr. Markey, no. Mr. Ossoff, no. Mr. Tillis, aye. Mr. Thune, aye. Mr. Schumer, no. Ms. Murkowski, aye. Mr. Daines, aye. Mr. Risch, aye.
The yeas are 51, the nays are 46. The nomination is confirmed. Under the previous order, the motion to reconsider is considered made and laid upon the table, and the President will be immediately notified of the Senate's actions. Under the previous order, the clerk will report the Stevens nomination. The question
Nomination, the judiciary, Christian M. Stevens of Missouri to be United States District Judge for the Eastern District of Missouri.
Question occurs on the nomination. Is there a sufficient second? There appears to be. The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Alsobrooks, Ms. Baldwin, Mr. Banks, Mr. Barrasso, Mr. Bennett, Mrs. Blackburn, Mr. Blumenthal, Ms. Blunt-Rochester, Mr. Booker, Mr. Bozeman, Mrs. Britt, Mr. Budd, Ms. Cantwell, Mrs. Capito, Mr. Cassidy, Ms. Collins, Mr. Coons, Mr. Cornyn, Ms. Cortez Masto, Mr. Cotton, Mr. Kramer, Mr. Crapo, Mr. Cruz, Mr. Curtis. Mr. Daines, Ms. Duckworth, Mr. Durbin, Ms. Ernst, Mr. Fetterman, Mrs. Fisher. Mr. Gallego, Mrs. Gillibrand, Mr. Graham, Mr. Grassley, Mr. Haggerty, Ms. Hassan, Mr. Hawley, Mr. Heinrich, Mr. Hickenlooper, Ms. Hirono, Mr. Hoven, Mr. Husted, Mrs. Hyde-Smith, Mr. Johnson, Mr. Justice, Mr. Kane, Mr. Kelly, Mr. Kennedy, Mr. Kim. Mr. King. Ms. Klobuchar. Mr. Langford. Mr. Lee. Mr. Lujan. Ms. Lummis. Mr. Markey. Mr. Marshall. Mr. McConnell. Mr. McCormick. Mr. Merkley. Mrs. Moody. Mr. Moran. Mr. Marino. Mr. Mullen. Ms. Murkowski. Mr. Murphy. Mrs. Murray. Mr. Ossoff. Mr. Padilla. Mr. Paul. Mr. Peters. Mr. Reed. Mr. Ricketts. Mr. Risch. Ms. Rosen. Mr. Rounds, Mr. Sanders, Mr. Schatz, Mr. Schiff. Mr. Schmidt. Mr. Schumer. Mr. Scott of Florida. Mr. Scott of South Carolina. Mrs. Shaheen. Mr. Sheehy. Ms. Slotkin. Ms. Smith. Mr. Sullivan. Mr. Thune. Mr. Tillis. Mr. Tuberville. Mr. Van Hollen. Mr. Warner. Mr. Warnock. Ms. Warren. Mr. Welch. Mr. Whitehouse, Mr. Wicker, Mr. Wyden, Mr. Young. Senators voting in the affirmative: Barrasso, Budd, Cassidy, Collins, Cornyn, Curtis, Daines, Ernst, Fisher, Graham, Justice, Lummis, Marshall, Moran, Murkowski, Paul, Risch, Tillis, and Tuberville. Senators voting in the negative: Cantwell, Coons, Gallego, Hirono, Kim, Murray, Ossoff, Peters, Reed, Smith, and Whitehouse. Mrs. Britt, aye. Mr. Wyden, no. Mr. Scott of South Carolina, aye. Mr. Heinrich, no. Mr. Marino, aye. Mr. Crapo, aye. Mr. Scott of Florida, aye. Mr. Padilla, no. Mr. Kramer, aye. Mr. Fetterman, no. Mrs. Hyde Smith, Mrs. Hyde Smith, aye. Ms. Rosen, no. Mr. Husted, aye. Mr. Bozeman, aye. Ms. Duckworth, no. Mr. King, no. Mr. Schatz, no. Ms. Baldwin, no. Mr. Sheehy, aye. Mr. Haggerty, aye. Mr. Hawley. Mr. Hawley, aye. Mr. Kane. Mr. Kane, no. Mr. Warner. Mr. Warner, no. Ms. Blunt Rochester. Ms. Blunt Rochester, no. Mrs. Blackburn. Mrs. Blackburn, aye. Mr. Schiff. Mr. Schiff, no. Mr. Young. Mr. Young, aye. Mr. Durbin. Mr. Durbin, no. Mrs. Capito. Mrs. Capito, aye. Mr. Banks. Mr. Banks, aye. Ms. Hassan. Ms. Hassan, no. Mr. Ricketts. Mr. Ricketts, aye. Ms. Klobuchar. Ms. Klobuchar, no. Mr. Rounds, aye. Mr. Lee, aye. Ms. Slotkin. Ms. Slotkin, no. Mr. Langford. Mr. Langford, aye. Mr. Hoven. Mr. Hoven, aye. Mr. Merkley. Mr. Merkley, no. Mrs. Moody. Mrs. Moody, aye. Mr. Cotton. Mr. Cotton, aye. Mr. Sanders. Mr. Sanders, no. Ms. Cortez Masto. Ms. Cortez Masto, no. Mrs. Shaheen. Mrs. Shaheen, No. Mr. Markey? Mr. Markey? No. Mr. McCormick? Mr. McCormick? Aye. Mr. Blumenthal? Mr. Blumenthal? No. Mr. Grassley? Mr. Grassley? Aye. Mr. Schumer? Mr. Schumer? No. Mr. Welch? Mr. Welch? No. Mr. Bennett? Mr. Bennett? No. Mr. Wicker? Mr. Wicker? Aye. Ms. Also Brooks? Ms. Also Brooks? No. Mr. Cruz. Mr. Cruz, aye. Mr. Van Hollen. Mr. Van Hollen, no. Mr. Schmidt. Mr. Schmidt, aye. Mr. Sullivan. Mr. Sullivan, aye. Mr. Kelly. Mr. Kelly, no. Mr. Lujan. Mr. Lujan, no. Mr. Warnock. Mr. Warnock, no. Mr. Johnson. Mr. Johnson, aye. Ms. Warren. Ms. Warren, no. Mr. Murphy. Mr. Murphy, no. Mr. Booker. Mr. Booker, no. Mrs. Gillibrand, Mrs. Gillibrand, no. Mr. Hickenlooper, no. Mr. Thune. Mr. Thune. Aye.
On this vote, the yeas are 50, the nays are 47. The nomination is confirmed. Under the previous order, the motion to reconsider is considered made and laid on the table, and the President will be immediately notified of the Senate's action. Under the previous order, the Senate stands in recess until 2:15 p.m.
The Senate will come to order.
Mr. President,
Senator from Arizona.
I recognize the absence of a quorum.
Clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Alsobrooks.
The Majority Leader.
Mr. President, I would ask unanimous consent the quorum call be suspended.
Without objection, the orders from July 17th in executive session having been executed, the Senate resumes legislative session.
Mr. President, I move to proceed to executive session and consider calendar number 292.
The question is on the motion.
Yeas and nays.
Is there a sufficient second? There appears to be. The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Alsobrooks. Ms. Baldwin. Mr. Banks.
Aye.
Mr. Barrasso. Mr. Bennett. Mrs. Blackburn. Mr. Blumenthal. Ms. Blunt Rochester. Mr. Booker. Mr. Bozeman. Mrs. Britt. Mr. Budd. Ms. Cantwell. Mrs. Capito. Mr. Cassidy. Ms. Collins. Mr. Coons. Mr. Cornyn. Ms. Cortez Masto. Mr. Cotton. Mr. Kramer. Mr. Crapo. Mr. Cruz. Mr. Curtis. Mr. Daines. Ms. Duckworth. Mr. Durbin. Ms. Ernst. Mr. Fetterman. Mrs. Fisher. Mr. Gallego. Mrs. Gillibrand. Mr. Graham. Mr. Grassley. Mr. Haggerty. Ms. Hassan. Mr. Hawley. Mr. Heinrich. Mr. Hickenlooper. Ms. Hirono. Mr. Hoven. Mr. Husted. He voted aye. Mrs. Hyde-Smith. Mr. Johnson. Mr. Justice. Mr. Kane. Mr. Kelly. Mr. Kennedy. Mr. Kim. Mr. King. Ms. Klobuchar. Mr. Langford. Mr. Lee. Mr. Lujan. Ms. Lummis. Mr. Markey. Mr. Marshall. Mr. McCormick. Mr. Merkley. Mrs. Moody. Mr. Moran. Mr. Marino. Mr. Mullen. Ms. Murkowski. Mr. Murphy. Mrs. Murray. Mr. Ossoff. Mr. Padilla. Mr. Paul. Mr. Peters. Mr. Reed. Mr. Ricketts. Mr. Risch. Ms. Rosen. Mr. Rounds. Mr. Sanders. Mr. Schatz. Mr. Schiff. Mr. Schmidt. Mr. Schumer. Mr. Scott of Florida. Mr. Scott of South Carolina. Mrs. Shaheen. Mr. Sheehy. Ms. Slotkin. Ms. Smith. Mr. Sullivan. Mr. Thune. Mr. Tillis. Mr. Tuberville. Mr. Van Hollen. Mr. Warner. Mr. Warnock. Ms. Warren. Mr. Welch. Mr. Whitehouse. Mr. Wicker. Mr. Wyden. Mr. Young.
Senators voting in the affirmative: Banks, Cassidy, and Thune. Senators voting in the negative: Blumenthal, Durbin, and Schumer. Mr. Ricketts, aye. Mr. Kramer, aye. Mrs. Hyde-Smith, aye. Mrs. Moody? Aye. Mr. Kelly? No. Mr. Bennett? No. Mr. Reed? No. Mr. Whitehouse? No. Ms. Blunt Rochester? No. Ms. Smith? No. Mr. Warner? No. Mr. Marino, aye. Ms. Duckworth, no. Mr. Kim, no. Mr. Crapo, aye. Mr. Sheehy, aye. Mr. Cotton, aye. Mr. McCormick, aye. Mr. Schmidt, aye. Ms. Alsobrooks, no. Mr. Lujan, no. Mr. King, no. Ms. Hirono, no. Mr. Wicker, aye. Ms. Ernst, aye. Mr. Peters? No. Ms. Slotkin? No. Mr. Warnock? No. Mr. Graham? Aye. Mr. Wyden? No. Mr. Budd, aye. Ms. Collins, aye. Mr. Kane, no. Mrs. Britt, aye. Ms. Baldwin, no. Mr. Ossoff, no. Mr. Haggerty, aye. Mr. Langford, aye. Mr. Marshall, aye. Mr. Rounds, aye. Mrs. Blackburn, aye. Mr. Hoven, aye. Mr. Moran? Aye. Mr. Husted? Aye. Mr. Welch? No, Ms. Ms. Hassan? No. Ms. Rosen? No. Mr. Barrasso, aye. Mr. Bozeman? Aye. Mr. Grassley? Aye. Mr. Booker? No. Ms. Cantwell? Ms. Cantwell, no. Mr. Heinrich? No. Mr. Kennedy? Aye. Mr. Hickenlooper? No. Mr. Curtis, aye. Mr. Johnson? Aye. Mr. Scott of Florida? Aye. Mr. Gallego? No. Mr. Scott of South Carolina, aye. Yes. Mr. Paul, aye. Mr. Cornyn, aye. Mrs. Murray? No. Mrs. Capito? Aye. Ms. Lummis? Aye. Mr. Daines? Aye. Mr. Sullivan? Aye. Mr. Schiff? No. Mr. Fetterman? No. Mr. Sanders? No. Mr. Justice, aye. Mr. Risch, aye. Ms. Klobuchar, no.
Mrs. Shaheen, no. Mr. Murphy, no. Mr. Tuberville, aye. Ms. Murkowski, no. Mr. Merkley, no. Mr. Schatz, no. Mr. Tillis, aye. Mrs. Gillibrand, no. Mr. Hawley, aye. Mr. Young, aye. Ms. Cortez Masto, no. Mr. Markey, no. Ms. Warren, no. Mr. Van Hollen, no. Mr. Lee, aye. Mr. Coons, no. Mrs. Fisher, aye. Mr. Padilla, Mr. Padilla, no. Mr. Cruz, aye. And we're waiting for the leader, or do you want me to wait till you?
On this vote, the yeas are 50, the nays are 48. The motion is agreed to. The clerk will report the nomination.
Nomination, the judiciary, Emil J. Bove III of Pennsylvania to be the United States Circuit Judge for the Third Circuit.
Mr. President.
Majority Leader.
Mr. President, I send a cloture motion to the desk.
The clerk will report.
Cloture motion, we, the undersigned senators, in accordance with the provisions of Rule 22 of the Standing Rules of the Senate, do hereby move to bring to a close debate on the nomination of Emil J. Bove III of Pennsylvania to be United States Circuit Judge for the Third Circuit, signed by 17 senators as follows.
Mr. President, I ask consent the reading of the names be waived.
Without objection.
Mr. President.
Senator from Maine.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I urge my colleagues to vote for the cloture, on the motion to proceed to the bipartisan fiscal year 2026 military construction, Veterans Affairs, and related agencies appropriations bill. I want to thank the Majority Leader for bringing this important legislation to the Senate floor. Mr. President, this bill would address key military infrastructure needs, including housing improvements for military families, and would provide the funding to ensure that veterans receive the care and benefits they've earned through their service to our country. Last week, the Senate Appropriations Committee reported this measure in an overwhelmingly bipartisan vote of 26-3. I ask my colleagues to support the motion to allow the Senate to begin to work its will on this important funding bill and to fulfill our constitutional responsibility. Thank you, Mr. President. I yield the floor.
Mr. President, I ask that the Senate execute the order of July 21st in relation to calendar number 121, H.R. 3944, and that the mandatory quorum be waived. Further, following the cloture vote, the Senate execute the order of July 17th in relation to the Lucas and Hansel nominations.
Without objection. The clerk will report the motion to invoke cloture.
Cloture motion, we, the undersigned senators, in accordance with the provisions of Rule 22 of the Standing Rules of the Senate, do hereby move to bring to a close debate on the motion to proceed to calendar number 121, H.R. 3944, an act making appropriations for military construction and so forth and for other purposes, signed by 17 senators.
Under the previous order, the mandatory quorum call under Rule 22 has been waived. The question is it the sense of the Senate that debate on the motion to proceed to H.R. 3944, an act making appropriations for military construction, the Department of Veterans Affairs, and related agencies for the fiscal year ending September 30th, 2026, and for other purposes shall be brought to a close? The yeas and nays are mandatory under the rule. The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Alsobrooks, Ms. Baldwin, Mr. Banks, Mr. Barrasso, Mr. Bennett, Mrs. Blackburn, Mr. Blumenthal, Ms. Blunt-Rochester, Mr. Booker, Mr. Bozeman, Mrs. Britt, Mr. Budd, Ms. Cantwell, Mrs. Capito, Mr. Cassidy, Ms. Collins, Mr. Coons, Mr. Cornyn, Mr. Cornyn, Ms. Cortez Masto, Mr. Cotton, Mr. Kramer, Mr. Crapo, Mr. Cruz, Mr. Curtis, Mr. Daines, Ms. Duckworth, Mr. Durbin, Ms. Ernst, Mr. Fetterman, Mrs. Fisher, Mr. Gallego, Mrs. Gillibrand, Mr. Graham, Mr. Grassley, Mr. Haggerty, Ms. Hassan, Mr. Hawley, Mr. Heinrich, Mr. Hickenlooper, Ms. Hirono, Mr. Hoban, Mr. Husted, Mrs. Hyde-Smith, Mr. Justice, Mr. Johnson, Mr. Justice, Mr. Kane, Mr. Kelly, Mr. Kennedy, Mr. Kim, Mr. King, Ms. Klobuchar, Mr. Langford, Mr. Lee, Mr. Lujan, Ms. Lummis, Mr. Markey, Mr. Marshall, Mr. McConnell, Mr. McCormick, Mr. Merkley, Mrs. Moody, Mr. Moran, Mr. Marino, Mr. Mullen, Ms. Murkowski, Mr. Murphy, Mrs. Murray, Mr. Ossoff, Mr. Padilla, Mr. Paul, Mr. Peters, Mr. Reed, Mr. Ricketts, Mr. Risch, Ms. Rosen, Mr. Rounds, Mr. Sanders, Mr. Schatz, Mr. Schiff, Mr. Schmidt, Mr. Schumer, Mr. Scott of Florida, Mr. Scott of South Carolina, Mrs. Shaheen, Ms. Slotkin, Ms. Smith, Mr. Sullivan, Mr. Thune, Mr. Tillis, Mr. Tuberville, Mr. Van Hollen, Mr. Warner, Mr. Warnock, Ms. Warren, Mr. Welch, Mr. Whitehouse, Mr. Wicker, Mr. Wyden, Mr. Young. Senators voting in the affirmative: Bozeman, Cantwell, Capito, Cassidy, Collins, Coons, Cortez Masto, Cotton, Cruz, Curtis, Durbin, Ernst, Fisher, Graham, Hassan, Heinrich, Hoven, Hyde-Smith, Justice, Kennedy, Klobuchar, Langford, Murkowski, Murray, Paul, Schatz, Schumer, Scott of South Carolina, Sheehy, Smith, Thune, Tuberville, and Wicker. Senators voting in the negative: Markey, Padilla, and Warren. Mr. King, aye. Mr. Gallego, aye. Mr. Peters, aye. Mr. Schiff, no. Mrs. Blackburn. Mrs. Blackburn, aye. Mr. Ricketts. Mr. Ricketts, aye. Mr. Van Hollen. Mr. Van Hollen, aye. Mr. Merkley. Mr. Merkley, aye. Mr. Wyden. Mr. Wyden, aye. Mr. Tillis. Mr. Tillis, aye. Mr. Ossoff. Mr. Ossoff, aye. Ms. Baldwin. Ms. Baldwin, aye. Mr. Lee. Mr. Lee, aye. Mr. Fetterman. Mr. Fetterman, aye. Ms. Hirono. Ms. Hirono, aye. Mr. Lee. Mr. Lee, no. Mr. Schmidt. Mr. Schmidt, aye. Mr. Hickenlooper. Mr. Hickenlooper. Mr. Hickenlooper, no. Mr. Hickenlooper. Mr. Hickenlooper, aye. Mr. Moran. Mr. Moran, aye. Mr. Booker. Mr. Booker, aye. Mr. Sanders, no. Mr. Crapo, aye. Mr. Marshall, aye. Mr. Johnson, aye. Mr. Barrasso, aye. Mr. Marino, aye. Mr. Warner, aye. Mr. Reed, aye. Mr. Murphy, aye. Mr. Murphy, no. Mr. Young, aye. Mr. Warnock, aye. Mr. Grassley, aye. Ms. Rosen, aye. Mr. Scott. Mr. Scott of Florida, aye. Mr. Cornyn. Mr. Cornyn, aye. Mr. Banks. Mr. Banks, aye. Mr. Budd. Mr. Budd, aye. Mr. Daines. Mr. Daines, aye. Ms. Blunt Rochester. Ms. Blunt Rochester, aye. Ms. Duckworth. Ms. Duckworth, aye. Mr. Husted. Mr. Husted, aye. Mr. Blumenthal. Mr. Blumenthal, aye. Mr. Welch. Mr. Welch, no. Mrs. Britt. Mrs. Britt, aye. Mr. Bennett. Mr. Bennett, aye. Mr. Whitehouse. Mr. Whitehouse, aye. Mr. Lujan. Mr. Lujan, aye. Ms. Slotkin, aye. Mr. Rounds. Mr. Rounds, aye. Ms. Also Brooks. Ms. Also Brooks, aye. Mrs. Moody, aye. Mr. Sullivan, aye. Mr. McCormick, aye. Mr. Haggerty, aye. Mr. Kramer, aye. Ms. Lummis, aye. Mr. Risch, aye. Mr. Kelly, aye. Mrs. Shaheen, aye. Mr. Hawley, aye.
On this vote, the yeas are 90, the nays are 8. 3/5 of the Senate duly chosen and sworn having voted in the affirmative, the motion is agreed to. To the previous order, the Senate will resume executive session and resume consideration of following nomination, which the clerk will report.
Nomination, Office of the Director of National Intelligence, Aaron Lucas of Arkansas to be Principal Deputy Director.
Question occurs on the nomination. Is there a sufficient second? There appears to be. The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Alsobrooks, Ms. Baldwin, Mr. Banks, Mr. Barrasso, Mr. Bennett, Mrs. Blackburn, Mr. Blumenthal, Ms. Blunt Rochester, Mr. Booker, Mr. Bozeman, Mrs. Britt, Mr. Budd. Mr. Budd, Ms. Cantwell. Mr. Cassidy, Ms. Collins, Mr. Coons, Mr. Cornyn, Ms. Cortez Masto, Mr. Cotton, Mr. Kramer, Mr. Crapo, Mr. Cruz. Duckworth, Mr. Durbin, Ms. Ernst, Mr. Fetterman, Mrs. Fisher, Mr. Gallego, Mrs. Gillibrand, Mr. Graham, Mr. Grassley, Mr. Haggerty, Ms. Hassan, Mr. Hawley, Mr. Heinrich, Mr. Hickenlooper, Ms. Hirono, Mr. Hoven, Mr. Husted, Mrs. Hyde-Smith. Mr. Johnson, Mr. Justice, Mr. Kane, Mr. Kelly, Mr. Kennedy, Mr. Kim, Mr. King, Ms. Klobuchar, Mr. Langford, Mr. Lee, Mr. Lujan, Ms. Lummis, Mr. Markey, Mr. Marshall, Mr. McConnell, Mr. McCormick, Mr. Merkley, Mrs. Moody, Mr. Moran, Mr. Moreno, Mr. Mullen, Ms. Murkowski, Mr. Murphy, Mrs. Murray, Mr. Ossoff, Mr. Padilla, Mr. Paul, Mr. Peters, Mr. Reed, Mr. Ricketts, Mr. Risch, Ms. Rosen, Mr. Rounds, Mr. Sanders, Mr. Schatz, Mr. Schiff, Mr. Schmidt, Mr. Schumer, Mr. Scott of Florida, Mr. Scott of South Carolina, Mrs. Shaheen, Mr. Sheehy, Ms. Slotkin, Ms. Smith, Mr. Sullivan, Mr. Thune, Mr. Tillis, Mr. Tuberville, Mr. Van Hollen, Mr. Warner, Mr. Warnock, Ms. Warren, Mr. Welch, Mr. Whitehouse, Mr. Wicker, Mr. Wyden, Mr. Young.
Senators voting in the affirmative: Barrasso, Blackburn, Bozeman, Britt, Capito, Collins, Cornyn, Kramer, Curtis, Daines, Ernst, Fisher, Graham, Hawley, Hyde-Smith, Kennedy, Lankford, Lummis, Marshall, McCormick, Moody, Marino, Paul, Risch, Rounds, Sheehy, Sullivan, Tillis, and Young. Senators voting in the negative: Alsobrooks, Blumenthal, Cantwell, Fetterman, Hirono, Kane, Kelly, Lujan, Peters, Reed, Rosen, Sanders, Schatz, Shaheen, Smith, Warner, Welch, Whitehouse, and Wyden. Mr. Lee. Mr. Lee, aye. Mr. Crapo. Mr. Crapo, aye. Mr. Schiff. Mr. Schiff, no. Mr. King. Mr. King, no. Mr. Murphy. Mr. Murphy, no. Mr. Grassley. Mr. Grassley, aye. Mr. Budd, aye. Ms. Hassan. Ms. Hassan, no. Mr. Wicker. Mr. Wicker, aye. Mr. Merkley. Mr. Merkley, no. Mr. Kim. Mr. Kim, no. Mr. Moran. Mr. Moran, aye. Mr. Cruz. Mr. Cruz, aye. Mr. Scott. Mr. Scott of South Carolina, aye. Mr. Cotton. Mr. Cotton, aye. Mrs. Murray. Mrs. Murray, no. Ms. Blunt Rochester. Ms. Blunt Rochester, no. Mr. Schumer. Mr. Schumer, no. Mr. Durbin. Mr. Durbin, no. Mr. Booker. Mr. Booker, no. Mr. Gallego. Mr. Gallego, no. Ms. Klobuchar. Ms. Klobuchar, no. Mr. Warnock. Mr. Warnock, no. Mr. Justice. Mr. Justice, aye. Mr. Johnson. Mr. Johnson, aye. Mr. Heinrich. Mr. Heinrich, no. Ms. Baldwin. Ms. Baldwin, no. Mr. Coons. Mr. Coons, no. Mr. Cassidy. Mr. Cassidy. Aye. Mr. Husted. Mr. Husted. Aye. Mr. Banks. Mr. Banks. Aye. Mr. Tuberville. Mr. Tuberville. Aye. Mr. Markey. Mr. Markey. No. Mr. Hoven. Mr. Hoven. Aye. Mr. Ossoff. Mr. Ossoff. No. Mr. Scott. Mr. Scott of Florida. Aye. Mr. Thune. Mr. Thune. Aye. Ms. Cortez Masto. Ms. Cortez Masto, no. Ms. Duckworth. Ms. Duckworth, no. Mr. Bennett. Mr. Bennett, no. Mr. Van Hollen. Mr. Van Hollen, no. Mr. Padilla. Mr. Padilla, no. Mr. Schmidt. Mr. Schmidt, aye. Mr. Haggerty. Mr. Haggerty, aye. Mr. Ricketts. Mr. Ricketts, aye. Miss Slotkin. Miss Slotkin, no. Mr. Hickenlooper, Mr. Hickenlooper, aye. Mr. Hickenlooper, no. Ms. Warren, no. Ms. Murkowski, aye.
On this vote, the yeas are 51, the nays are 46, and the nomination is confirmed. Under the previous order, the motion to reconsider is considered made and laid upon the table, and the President will be immediately notified of the Senate's actions. Under the previous order, the Senate will proceed to executive session and will resume consideration of the following nomination, which the clerk will report.
Nomination, Department of Defense, Bradley Hansel of Virginia to be Undersecretary for Intelligence and Security.
The questions on the nomination. Is there sufficient second? There appears to be. The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Alsobrooks, Ms. Baldwin, Mr. Banks, Kennedy, Paul. I do, thank you. Cotton, Ricketts, yes, sir. Thank you. Shaheen. Durbin.
Grassley, aye.
Yes, sir. I got you. Kim? No. Peters? Thank you. Thank you. I got you. Thank you. Morning. Thank you. Wait, blinders. Thank you. Mr. Bozeman? Yes. Thank you. Thank you. Mr. Banks, Mr. Barrasso, Mr. Bennett. Sheehy Scott, thank you. Thank you. Gotcha. Mrs. Blackburn.
No?
Well, they're going to have to wait. Thank you. Mr. Blumenthal. Thank you. Thank you. Ms. Blunt-Rochester, Mr. Booker. Mr. Bozeman, Mrs. Britt. Mr. Budd. Gotcha. Yeah, I did get you, thank you. I did, thank you. Ms. Cantwell, Mrs. Capito, Mr. Cassidy, Ms. Collins, Mr. Coons, Mr. Cornyn, Ms. Cortez Masto, Mr. Cotton, Mr. Kramer, Mr. Crapo, Mr. Cruz, Mr. Curtis, Mr. Daines, Ms. Duckworth, Mr. Durbin, Ms. Ernst, Mr. Fetterman, Mrs. Fisher, Mr. Gallego, Mrs. Gillibrand, Mr. Graham, Mr. Grassley, Mr. Haggerty, Ms. Hassan, Mr. Hawley, Mr. Heinrich, Mr. Hickenlooper, Ms. Hirono, Mr. Hoven, Mr. Husted, gotcha. Mrs. Hyde-Smith. I got you. Mr. Johnson, Mr. Justice, Mr. Kane, Mr. Kelly, Mr. Kennedy, Mr. Kim, Mr. King, Ms. Klobuchar, Mr. Langford, Mr. Lee, Mr. Lujan, Ms. Lummis, Mr. Markey, Mr. Marshall, Mr. McConnell, Mr. McCormick, Mr. Merkley, Mrs. Moody, Mr. Moran, Mr. Marino, Mr. Mullen, Ms. Murkowski, Mr. Murphy, Mrs. Murray, Mr. Ossoff, Mr. Padilla, Mr. Paul, Mr. Peters, Mr. Reed. No. Thank you. Thank you. Mr. Ricketts, Mr. Risch, Ms. Rosen, Mr. Rounds, Mr. Sanders, Mr. Schatz, Mr. Schiff, Mr. Schmidt, Mr. Schumer, Mr. Scott of Florida, Mr. Scott of South Carolina, Mrs. Shaheen, Mr. Sheehy, Ms. Slotkin, Ms. Smith, Mr. Sullivan, Mr. Thune, Mr. Tillis, Mr. Tuberville, Mr. Van Hollen, Mr. Warner, Mr. Warnock, Ms. Warren, Mr. Welch, Mr. Whitehouse, Mr. Wicker, Mr. Wyden, Mr. Young. Senators voting in the affirmative: Baldwin, Banks, Barrasso, Blackburn, Bozeman, Britt, Budd, Cassidy, Collins, Coons, Cornyn, Cotton, Kramer, Crapo, Curtis, Daines, Ernst, Fetterman, Fisher, Grassley, Haggerty, Hassan, Hawley, Hoven, Husted, Hyde-Smith, Johnson, Justice, Kane, Kennedy, Langford, Lee, Lummis, Marshall, Moody, Moran, Marino, Murkowski, Paul, Ricketts, Rounds, Schmidt, Scott of Florida, Scott of South Carolina, Shaheen, Sheehy, Thune, Tuberville, Warnock, Wicker, and Young. Senators voting in the negative: Bennett, Blunt Rochester, Booker, Cortez Masto, Duckworth, Durbin, Gallego, Gillibrand, Heinrich, Hickenlooper, Hirono, Kim, Murray, Ossoff, Padilla, Peters, Schatz, Schumer, Slotkin, Smith, Warren, and Wyden. Mr. Murphy? No. Mr. Risch, aye. Mr. Schiff, no. Mr. Welch, no. Mr. Whitehouse, no. Cantwell, no. Mr. King, aye. Mr. Blumenthal, no. Mr. Van Hollen, no. Mr. Merkley, no. Mr. Reed, aye. Ms. Rosen, aye. Mr. Kelly, aye. Ms. Alston-Brooks, no. Mr. Markey, no. Mr. Lujan, no. Mrs. Capito. Aye. Mr. Sullivan, aye. Ms. Klobuchar, no. Mr. Warner, aye. Mr. Cruz, aye. Mr. McCormick, aye. Mr. Sanders, no.
On this vote, the yeas are 61, the nays are 35, and the nomination is confirmed. Under the previous order, the motion to reconsider is considered made and laid upon the table, and the President will be immediately notified of the Senate's actions.
Mr. President.
Senator from Ohio.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise today to discuss the facts about the One Big Beautiful Bill Act. That was my first reconciliation process as a new U.S. Senator. It was a great experience. I very much enjoyed the 36 hours straight of no sleep. I think that was a record for me. But we got a lot accomplished. And I want to share with you and the people of Ohio about why I believe it's a good bill and why I supported it. Because the One Big Beautiful Bill Act, as it's known, was uniquely tailored to support Ohio workers and families. I really believe that it serves them well, and the facts support it. First of all, I think it's important to reflect on why it was necessary. The budget law that we passed extended the 2017 tax cuts, which were going to expire. They needed to be renewed. It also made important investments in national defense and border security. But if we had failed to pass it, we would have seen a $4 trillion tax hike on the American people, something that would have been devastating for their pocketbooks and our economy. I believe that people and states do a good job of spending the money that they have. I believe that people will spend smarter when they have more money in their pockets, rather than putting that money in the control of the federal government. I come to this conclusion based on both my life experiences and 25 years in state government in Ohio. And it's from that perspective I want to focus on what I believe the Big Beautiful Bill means in real-world terms for Ohio families, workers, and taxpayers. The BBB results in more take-home pay for Ohioans, more money in their pockets. More take-home pay means independence. Government dependency means less independence. And that's why this bill focuses on really allowing workers to keep more of the money they earn. Let's dig into this a bit. The tax cuts were cemented for workers and job creators will leave the average Ohio household with an estimated $7,000 more in take-home pay. And more specifically, the Council of Economic Advisors estimates the bill will increase take-home pay for the average family with 2 kids in Ohio from between $6,900 a family to up to $11,700 per family. That's more after-tax wages. Taxes going down, wages going up, more money in your pockets. That's what it means. And we made no tax on tips and no taxes on overtime a reality. Ohioans work hard, and that's a change that they can feel legitimately in their pockets. I was on a telephone town hall last night. One of the ladies who called in said, "Hey, I want you to know, my husband, he's a line worker. He works a lot of overtime for the utility company. And that eliminating tax on overtime pay will mean a lot to our family, more take-home pay." I understood that. It's another aspect of the bill. It's very important for working people. We increased the child tax credit up to $2,200 per child. If we'd failed to do this, it would have dropped down to $1,000. It's now up to $2,200 per child. And that benefit alone will serve 1.3 million Ohio families. It's good for them. It's good for families with children who are trying to make ends meet. It's just another part of this bill that makes life easier for them. We also made this standard deduction permanent, $31,500 for couples, $15,750 for single filers. Who does that affect? Just 5.3 million Ohioans who will benefit from that increase. We also remembered Ohio's seniors by expanding their annual deduction to $6,000. I know I heard from many Ohio seniors as this bill was traveling through the process that said, hey, do this for us. It's tough for many seniors who are on fixed incomes trying to make ends meet, pay property taxes. Every little bit helps, and we help those senior citizens by increasing their annual deduction. And we need to remember what would have happened to workers and families if we had failed. It's always the other side of every piece of legislation. Okay, what's in it? Well, what would happen if we didn't get the job done? Well, that would have meant for the average American family of four earning $80,000 a year that they would have owed an additional $1,700 in taxes. The savings delivered for the Ohio household, an average Ohio household, is even bigger. For Ohioans, it would have been $2,140. It's a big flip. What you would have lost, what you're now getting in return, what you're saving. Our work is creating more Ohio jobs. It's always on the top of my mind. I've always believed that if you have a good job, you have a good economy, you can pay your mortgage, buy a car, save for your future. Frankly, that's just part of the American dream. And so when we're creating jobs, we're creating opportunity. We're creating that pathway for the American dream, and we do this in the bill. I'm going to brag about Ohio for a minute, if you would allow me, Mr. President, because recently we were named the 5th best state in the country to do business. I know we compete against states around this country and around the world, and Ohio's gone a long way, from the 39th worst state to the 5th best in the nation. And I was very proud to take part in that when I was lieutenant governor and speaker of the House. But that's good for our state, but what about our entire country? How do we make it so that businesses are going to perform better, particularly for small businesses? What did we do in the bill? A 20% small business tax deduction. All adds up. Small businesses have to make tough choices. And when you have this predictability, when you know you're going to get, instead of a tax increase, a tax cut, then you start to think, okay, I don't have to close the doors. I might be able to hire a new person. Those benefits that I was worried about, whether I could provide health care or not, I can do that now. All of that benefits when businesses have the predictability and they know that their tax bill is not going to go up, it's going to go down. And almost all Ohio businesses are organized as small businesses, and they will be able to get access to this. That's 842,000 Ohio job creators that would have lost that deduction if we had not passed the bill. And it's estimated that the One Big Beautiful Bill alone is projected to create 1.2 million new U.S. jobs a year over the next decade. Those numbers can fluctuate, but the bottom line is it's good for job creation, it's good for America, it's good for the American workforce, it's good for the American worker. I want to talk about manufacturing for a minute. We talk about made in America. We want to do more made in America. Well, I always say this about Ohio, you can't do made in America without made in Ohio, because we are literally part of the American supply chain. So what's good for manufacturing is good for the state of Ohio. And to that end, we made sure that this legislation gave job creators the freedom to immediately expense investments in new factories, capital investments in machinery and equipment, and research and development. No, that's not something that the average person sees directly, but it's something that their employer does. It's something that their employer knows that they now have predictability to how to allocate their capital, that they can afford to invest in new machinery and equipment. And when you invest in new machinery and equipment, what's it do? It makes you more competitive on a global stage, puts you in a position that you can hire people, compete, open new markets, improve the quality of the product that you have so that not only can you outcompete your competitors, but you can win and create jobs. This is a big boom for states like Ohio. It helps our manufacturing culture, and it's important. Another piece of the big, beautiful bill that a lot of people might not know about, is something that I care a lot about. For decades of my life, I have been working on issues surrounding workforce development. How do we help people get the skills they need to compete for the jobs of today and tomorrow, to earn higher pay, to have job security? And in many cases, we want to do this without having the cost of going to college. We want to help people earn credentials that lead to jobs without the cost or the debt that oftentimes college creates. Well, in this bill, we allow for Pell Grants to be used for workforce credentials to land good jobs. And I know I have something in here that I received from the Ohio Association of Community Colleges and some college trustees, or some community college trustees, that talk about how it will help them expand workforce programs to the people of our state. It's a good, positive change that we made, allowing Pell Grants to be used for workforce credentials, not just for college. It also will help families from an educational point at the K through 12 level. We talk Pell Grants post-secondary level. Let's talk about the K through 12 level. One of the things I did when I was Speaker of the House in Ohio was to create the Ed Choice Scholarship, which allows now, at the time it was 4,000 students, now it's over 100,000 students can go to a school of their choice using that program. But I know it's still not enough. We can still do more to support families who want, with their own wisdom and freedom, to be able to choose a place to send their child. Because frankly, there's not a decision that you make as a parent or a guardian about the future of your child, frankly, that may be more important than the school that they attend. Maybe from an academic reason, it may be for a workforce reason, but it could be for a values reason, that you want your child to attend a particular school. It could be for a safety reason. This creates a school choice tax credit that will help create more scholarship opportunities for parents and children to attend a school of their choice. And then finally, something that's very near and dear to me, the big, beautiful bill supports Ohio families and vulnerable children by making the adoption tax credit partially refundable up to $5,000. And as an adoptee, somebody who started my life in a foster home, it's important to me that for a child who's looking for the support of a forever family, that now we made it just a little bit easier for them to find that family, to support that family. It's a really important component of the bill. Every little bit helps when you're trying to support a family. Now I want to talk a little bit about things that are being said about the bill that just aren't true as it relates to my state. I'm going to start with Medicaid. There are some whoppers of a lie being told about Medicaid right now. And frankly, it's bothersome because I believe in many cases these lies are being used to scare some of the most vulnerable people in our society. Pregnant mothers, children living in poverty, people with disabilities, the elderly. I want you to know you are protected. You are protected. This bill supports strengthening Medicaid to make sure those services are there for you, the people that the program was originally designed to serve. I want you to know that Ohioans will have access to more health care resources because of the big, beautiful bill than ever before. Let me explain this, because there's a lot of misinformation out there. Some people are scared and they deserve to know the truth about it. This package is sending more Medicaid dollars and more support to rural hospitals in Ohio than ever before. That is a fact. Ohio has historically been one of the more responsible states in its approach to Medicaid. We haven't maxed out some of the tools that states have available to them to draw down funding on Medicaid. That means that Ohio taxpayers have been subsidizing states like California, who have been drawing down a maximum amount of federal dollars and, frankly, using them to pay for health care for people who aren't even citizens of the United States, in many cases even for illegal immigrants. Those should not be the priority of the American taxpayer, and certainly not a priority for the Ohio taxpayer. And this budget bill levels the playing field in that respect. I'm going to give you a little more detail on it because I think this is important. Not only do I want to share with you the facts about how Medicaid is being supported, but how. First, in Ohio, the state government, the governor, and the legislature raised the provider tax, which they were allowed to do under this bill. And in doing so, they are going to be able to draw down 60% more Medicaid funding as a result of that provision. What does that mean practically for Ohio hospitals? It means for most hospitals in Ohio, they will receive 24% more reimbursement than they did the previous year. And as a result, Ohio will be, frankly, taking in more Medicaid money than ever to serve those populations. Those are facts. I have received numerous pieces of communications from hospitals around the state of Ohio. This is one from 4 rural hospitals, thanking Senator Moreno and myself for what is in the bill, what's in the big, beautiful bill, because it's helping them in those rural hospitals make ends meet. And that doesn't even include the third priority that we worked on, which is a rural health transformation fund that makes available $50 billion over the next 5 years to support rural hospitals. Ohio's going to receive its first windfall from that amount of money, $1.3 billion for our rural hospitals, and it's going to help them because I know that they struggle from time to time. Sometimes their business model does not work as well as it does in a more heavily populated area, but it's important that we know those facts to be true and that the scare tactics are wrong, that people who know, who have depended on Medicaid should know it's going to be there for them. And nationally, even though Ohio will be getting an additional amount of funding on Medicaid, the whole country, every state will be receiving additional funding because Medicaid budget increases by 3% a year long into the future. And changes like these are significant. But I want Ohioans to know that they are protected and that their hard-earned money that they've been using to fund Medicaid will no longer go to things that I know they don't approve of, which is paying for health care services for people who are in this country illegally. I know that according to CMS, all of the projected federal taxpayer losses under the provider tax that have happened across the country, 95% of those losses come from 4 states, California, Michigan, Massachusetts, and New York, who've been maxing out the credit card of this country through the way that they operate their Medicaid programs. Every state does it differently. Some states are more responsible than others, and we need to have a system that protects the long-term interest of our Medicaid program. Ohio shouldn't be punished for their bad policies, and this bill levels that playing field. So I want to reemphasize that Medicaid for children living in poverty and those with disabilities and caretakers for elderly Ohioans, you're protected. Don't be scared by the lies. The truth is that no one that Medicaid was designed to serve will see benefit cuts. Now, you may have heard, people will say, well, some folks are going to lose their benefits. I want to share some facts on this. It was in the Wall Street Journal, I believe, today that showed that we have 2.8 million people in this country who are dually enrolled in Medicaid, meaning they're in one state and another, which means what are we doing? We're paying Medicaid premiums for the same individual in multiple states. It's a waste of money. Frankly, it's hard to believe that this has not been cracked down on before because, this money that we're talking about is hard-earned tax dollars in a country that has a $37 trillion national debt, and here we see it wasted in this program. Not to mention that there is a high number of people on the program who are not even eligible, further jeopardizing the long-term sustainability of the program. And then finally, I want to talk about something I've been working on for quite a while. I know when the federal government under Obamacare put in place the Medicaid expansion population, it provided free health care, provided free benefits, generously provided by the hardworking people of this nation for healthy adults who are able-bodied, who didn't have children. And this bill says that if you're a healthy adult who's able-bodied, without young children, that now you're going to have to work 20 hours a week in return for your benefits. That seems to be a pretty reasonable request. It's part of the social contract that if you can contribute to your own success in life, that you should do that. People of this country are generous and good-hearted, and they want to make sure that people in need have access to health care. But if you're capable of working and you just refuse to do so, now you're going to have to start doing something in return for those benefits. And that means you can get an education, committing 20 hours a week to your education. You can volunteer at the library, cleaning up trash in your local park. Or you can get a job and start to build your career, start to contribute to your own independence in life. And it's a simple request that most people in this country support. I know Ohioans support it, that if you're going to receive generous, free health care from your neighbor, that you should do something in return if you're capable of doing it. And in this big, beautiful bill, we now have that standard in place for the people of this country. I also want to add that in the bill, we made communities across this country in Ohio much safer by securing the border. Big investments in making sure that we secure the southern border. We don't let drugs, people who are not legally allowed to be in this country, come across. But we also did it at the northern border. Ohio has a northern border, Lake Erie. There's money in there to prevent some of the things that we've seen even at our northern border. But this failure at our southern border has led to millions of people coming into this country illegally. Earlier, in his home country for murder. He was living in Pickerington, Ohio, not far from the city of Columbus. We have people all across this country who are here illegally, and there's money in this bill to find them, arrest them, and deport them, particularly those who've committed crimes either in their home country or in ours. And this will help support law enforcement to protect more communities around our nation and certainly in our state. The big, beautiful bill keeps America strong by investing hundreds of millions of dollars in Ohio manufacturers that produce the next generation of weapons. Also, our national security is supported in this bill. Our defense industry has done its part throughout the course of American history to defeat enemies around the globe. But every generation faces a new threat. We face threats from China, Iran, Russia, North Korea. And Ohio is a manufacturing state, and we are the heart of it all, but we are the heart of defense manufacturing in many ways. And this bill will help our state defend America and defend American interests. I actually toured recently a company in Ohio, actually it was late last year, that makes the bunker-busting bombs that were dropped in the very successful endeavor into Iran recently by our brave Air Force pilots and crew. That 30,000-pound bunker-busting bomb, along with many other weapons, are manufactured in our state. We're very proud to have a state that makes so many things that help preserve and maintain our freedom. And last but not least, we're also safeguarding our future by making sure that we're lowering our deficit. And I will say, I was concerned as the bill moved through the process about what was being said about it, about how it was going to exacerbate and add to our deficit. Because we were hearing a lot of people quoting the Congressional Budget Office, saying that it was going to add $3.4 trillion to the national debt. But when it was all said and done, and the Congressional Budget Office reviewed the law, the final assessment, it actually reduces the deficit by $366 billion. Good news. Right now, the United States taxpayers shelling out $1 trillion a year to pay interest on our debt, which also drives up our inflation, to help pay for our current debt and the benefits we protect. We need laws. We need legislators. We need leaders who are going to make sure that this is top of mind. And I have been and intend to be someone who thinks about those issues. And so while it's good news that we did not increase the deficit and that we brought it down mildly, modestly, there's still more work to do. I don't want to leave by saying that this is good enough. There is more work to do to preserve the future for our children and grandchildren by acting in a fiscally responsible way. Ohio's interest drove my work and support for this bill from start to finish, and it's clear that it will lead to more jobs, lower taxes, higher wages, and more freedom and prosperity for Ohioans. And that means that they can live their lives with more confidence and certainty for everyone who calls our state home. I know my colleagues will have many different takes on this bill, but this is what it does for my state. It's a good bill that supports Ohio workers. It's pro-growth, it's pro-family, and it's pro-Ohio. And I know that the working people of our state will benefit from what we accomplish in the passage of this legislation. Mr. President, I yield the floor. Mr. President.
Senator from Ohio.
Mr. President, I have 9 requests for committees to meet during today's session of the Senate. They have the approval of the majority and minority leaders.
Duly noted.
I ask unanimous consent the Senate proceed to the consideration of Senate Resolution 332 submitted earlier today.
The clerk will report.
SRES 332 designating July 26, 2025 as National Day of the American Cowboy.
Is there an objection to proceeding? Without objection, the Senate will proceed.
I ask unanimous consent the resolution be agreed to, the preamble be agreed to, and that the motions to reconsider be considered made and laid upon the table with no intervening action or debate.
Without objection.
I ask unanimous consent that the Committee on Banking, Housing, and Urban Affairs be discharged from further consideration of H.R. 1316 and the Senate proceed to its immediate consideration.
The clerk will report.
H.R. 1316, an act to amend the Export Control Reform Act of 2018 relating to licensing transparency.
Is there an objection to proceeding? Without objection. The committee is discharged and the Senate will proceed.
I ask unanimous consent the bill be considered read a third time and passed, and that the motion to reconsider be considered made and laid upon the table.
Without objection.
I ask unanimous consent that when the Senate completes its business today, is stand adjourned until 10 a.m. on Wednesday, July 23rd, that following the prayer and pledge, the Journal of Proceedings be approved to date, the morning hour be deemed expired, the time for the two leaders be reserved for their use later in the day, morning business be closed, and the Senate resume consideration of the motion to proceed to calendar 121, H.R. 3944, post-cloture, that the post-cloture time expire at 2 p.m., and the Senate vote on the motion to proceed. Further, notwithstanding Rule 22, the cloture motions filed on Monday, July 21, ripen following the vote on the motion to proceed to H.R. 3944. Finally, at 11 a.m., the Senate execute the order with respect to the Roth and Hurley nominations in the order listed.
Without objection, so ordered.
If there is no further business to come before the Senate, I ask that it stand adjourned under the previous order following the remarks of Senator Welsh.
Without objection.
Mr. President.
Senator from Vermont.
On roll call vote 423, I voted no. It was my intention to vote aye. Therefore, I ask unanimous consent that I be permitted to change my vote since it will not affect the outcome.
Without objection.
Mr. President, on February 13th, President Trump said something that few expected to hear. He said, and I quote, "There is no reason for us to be building brand new nuclear weapons. We already have so many. You could destroy the world 50 times over, 100 times over. And here we are building new nuclear weapons. We're all spending a lot of money that we could be spending on other things that are actually, hopefully, much more productive." I could not agree more with what President Trump said. It's why I want to speak today about the soon-to-expire New START treaty and the very real possibility of a new nuclear arms race, something that neither the President, the Vice President, nor any other senior officials has even mentioned, but it's looming. It's important to step back a moment and understand how we got to this point. There's no better way to begin than with J. Robert Oppenheimer, the scientist who led the team of physicists and engineers who built the first atomic bomb. Oppenheimer, as you know, directed the Manhattan Project's Los Alamos laboratory in a way that it was widely believed then and is to this day a way in which no one else could have done it. The use of the atomic bomb against Japan marked the end of the Second World War. It also demonstrated to the world that a war between two nuclear powers would be cataclysmic for both and potentially apocalyptic for the entire world. After the war ended, Oppenheimer and many of the scientists who participated in the Manhattan Project, knowing the dangers, spent much of the remainder of their lives warning the world of the danger of a nuclear arms race, and they advocated for international controls on nuclear weapons. And in 1954, unfortunately, at the height of the McCarthy era, Oppenheimer himself was targeted for his advocacy by the Atomic Energy Commission. No evidence was ever produced that Oppenheimer was a security risk or that he was anything other than a loyal American, and the commissioners acknowledged that as much. Nevertheless, the physicist who just 9 years before had been heralded as a hero for his role in ending the war in the Pacific had his security clearance revoked, and it effectively ended his brilliant scientific career. The flawed AEC decision remained in effect for 68 years until my predecessor, Senator Patrick Leahy, along with 42 of his Senate colleagues, Democrats and Republicans, petitioned then Secretary of Energy Jennifer Granholm to vacate the AEC's flawed decision. And they were supported by distinguished members of the U.S. scientific community, including the director and former directors of the Los Alamos National Laboratory. And Mr. President, on December 16, 2022, Secretary Granholm vacated the AEC's decision thanks to Senator Leahy's multi-year effort. And her thoughtful decision recognized that the abuse of power used to discredit Oppenheimer should not remain in historical precedent. In doing so, Secretary Granholm reaffirmed the government's responsibility to encourage unrestrained, unthreatened scientific discourse. So, Mr. President, today, unfortunately, Robert Oppenheimer's worst fear is becoming a reality. Hundreds of our nuclear warheads are literally ready to launch on missiles that can obliterate targets that are thousands of miles away in a mere 30 minutes. And we also, as you know, have hundreds of nuclear bombs in this country and others. Now, Vladimir Putin is recklessly threatening to use tactical nuclear weapons against Ukraine. That's the equivalent of a Hiroshima bomb. That's what we would call it today. China is expanding its arsenal of more than 600 nuclear weapons. North Korea is expanding its arsenal of nuclear warheads and ballistic missiles. And it may be only a matter of time before terrorists obtain the enriched uranium to build a crude nuclear bomb. Unlike the atomic bombs that destroyed Hiroshima and Nagasaki in 1945, many of today's thousands of nuclear weapons are many more times powerful. And that decision to start a nuclear war can be made by a single individual, the president, with no requirement that he first consult with anyone. A single use of a tactical nuclear weapon, either by accident or design, could trigger a flurry of escalating responses with far more powerful strategic weapons that would cause incalculable loss of life, widespread radiation poisoning, and destruction on a scale unlike anything seen in human history. The number of people killed immediately is estimated to be in the tens or even hundreds of millions, and many more would later die from famine. There's little doubt that a nuclear war would pose an existential threat to civilization as we know it. So, Mr. President, I believe we must all, regardless of political affiliation, reaffirm what both Presidents Reagan and Gorbachev said 39 years ago. A nuclear war cannot be won and must never be fought. Yet here in Congress, despite the warnings of organizations like the Bulletin of Atomic Scientists and the Arms Control Association, one rarely hears a word spoken among us about this existential threat. We've become far too complacent because for 80 years, as Robert Oppenheimer and others hoped after revealing to the world the immense destructive power of an atomic bomb, the inevitability of mutually assured destruction itself has deterred the use of those nuclear weapons. It's different today. With mercurial leaders like Vladimir Putin and Kim Jong-un, we can't rely on deterrence alone. Existing nuclear arms control treaties are either no longer adhered to by Russia or the United States, or they are close to expiring. And there are no negotiations currently underway or even envisioned on a new generation of international limits on nuclear weapons. Mr. President, my colleague from Massachusetts, Senator Markey, and several others here have sought to counter this complacency. And I want to commend Senator Markey for the bill he introduced on January 20th, the Restricting First Use of Nuclear Weapons Act, of which I'm an original co-sponsor. And last week, I also co-sponsored Senator Markey's resolution marking the 80th anniversary of the Trinity test in urging the United States to lead the world in reversing the nuclear arms race. But the danger of a new nuclear arms race has received far too little attention from Congress and from the administration. Mr. President, this complacency cannot continue. The use of a single nuclear weapon, whether tactical or strategic, accidental or intentional, and the likely response would dwarf all the other crises that we are preoccupied with by many orders of magnitude. And by then, focusing on it would be too late. And despite our sharp differences with the governments of Russia and China, they have as much interest in preventing a non-winnable nuclear war as we do. We and our allies must urgently seek to reinvigorate negotiations on a more effective mechanisms to prevent the development, proliferation, and use of nuclear weapons. The New START Treaty, which entered into force in 2011, limits Russia's arsenal of nuclear weapons. The U.S. and Russia extended the treaty in 2021, but only for a period of 5 years, and that expires in February 2026. Ideally, we and the Russians would agree to continue to abide by the limits of the New START while we negotiate yet another treaty to further reduce the number of nuclear weapons. But unfortunately, last February, Putin announced that the Russian Federation's suspension of New START, and there has been minimal discussion between our two countries about any further agreements. When New START does expire, unless a new agreement is in place, there will be absolutely no limits on the number of strategic nuclear weapons that the United States and Russia can deploy. The number of nuclear weapons could skyrocket to levels not seen since the 1980s, incidentally, at huge cost to the American taxpayer. The result would be a world far more dangerous than the one we now occupy. The United States has its share of responsibility for the collapse of nuclear arms control. During the first Trump administration, the U.S. withdrew from the 1987 Intermediate Range Nuclear Forces Treaty. And during President Trump's first term, he withdrew from the Iran nuclear agreement, after which Iran, as we know, accelerated its uranium enrichment program. Today, some of President Trump's advisors have even proposed that we resume nuclear testing. We cannot do that. It would be an unmitigated disaster, subjecting countless Americans to cancer-causing radioactive fallout once again. We cannot repeat that mistake. We cannot repeat and cause that harm. Under the 1968 Nuclear Non-Proliferation Treaty, the U.S., Russia, and China have an obligation to, quote, pursue negotiations in good faith on effective measures relating to cessation of the nuclear arms race at an early date and to nuclear disarmament, unquote. In the past, even when relations have fallen to their lowest points, the United States and Russia had decades of cooperation on this issue. Today, with Vladimir Putin firmly in control, it is hard to step forward. President Trump's comments in February offer me a ray of hope. We should continue to denounce Putin's nuclear saber rattling and Russia's suspension of its participation in New START. But the Trump administration should also do everything possible to breathe new life into talks with Russia to achieve new binding limits on Russia's arsenal. The security of both countries and our allies depends on this. If Putin refuses to replace New START, despite it being in Russia's own national interest, there are other concrete steps that we, Russia, and China could take, short of negotiating an entirely new treaty, that would help reduce the risk of nuclear war, one that could be caused by false alarm, by error, or by misperception. These include improving lines of communication to reduce that risk of miscommunication or misperception, creating joint early warning centers to monitor missile launches, detargeting, so any accidental launch of a nuclear-armed missile lands in the ocean, removing all nuclear weapons from high alert status, reducing incentives to respond quickly to a possible nuclear attack, reducing the number of deployed nuclear weapons, and renouncing first use of nuclear weapons and restricting or eliminating a president's authority to launch a nuclear weapon without congressional approval. Mr. President, since the 1980s, thanks to negotiators in both countries, the United States and Russia curtailed an unrestrained nuclear arms race that led to the deployment of staggering numbers of increasingly destructive weapons that could not rationally be justified for deterrence or any other purpose. The START Treaty and New START were historic achievements, bipartisan achievements. I would like to think that President Trump was serious when he spoke of the need for the U.S., Russia, and China to stop building more nuclear weapons. But even modest steps to reduce the chance of a catastrophic mistake or miscalculation resulting in the use of nuclear weapons should be among our highest national priorities. Mr. President, I yield the floor.
Under the previous order, the Senate stands adjourned until 10 a.m. tomorrow.